Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, I think we are a go. Fantastic. Let's get started. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, good. Good afternoon, good evening. I think it's maybe late afternoon for some. Delphine, Kirk, Stock Trader, Hamza, all very, very welcome to see you. Excellent to see you again. So let's get started here today. We are a little bit late today, but I want to point out something for those who are trading New York, and why 7 a.m. is important to wake up before 7 a.m. if you're going to catch some of those trades. So let's get started today. So today in the New York session, we know that in about 27 minutes, there's going to be high volatility. Unemployment claims is going to take us into a direction and take out stops wherever it wants to. So typically, it takes out both sell side and buy side. So we want to wait for the carnage to stop before we take a direction and look to see where price is going to head. Of course, we have Fed members speaking today. That's never fun, but Chicago PMI and 10 o'clock a.m. home sales. This means that opening range from 9:30 till 10 o'clock is going to be kind of tough. In my opinion, I don't see it trending, but maybe it just stacks on top of each other. So keep that in mind, that 9:30 to 10 a.m. range is going to be quite difficult, and then 10 to 11 should be a little bit better, easier to tell, and look for those silver bullets. So let's take a look at the charts here. We start on the daily, and we remember last night we talked about how we reached into a previous hourly short-term high, 16194.75. We took out this sell side liquidity, so we don't have to refer to it anymore. Nor do we have to refer to this anymore. Oops. I don't know what else I just deleted, but so we see that price has today begun to head north, and actually it might be important to also bring in the weekly candle too. So I'm going to try and put these close together so that you can see them. So as of this week, you can see that the weekly candle for NASDAQ is this one right here, right? So we have opened, headed lower, headed higher, and we need to now determine, hey, is this by Wednesday night, is this going to be the high of the day for the week? And then we head lower and expand lower. Do we stay within this range and we just expand lower a little bit? Do we expand higher a little bit? This is a really tough area to kind of stick around in, because we had just taken a weekly rejection block and we haven't rejected completely off of it, but that doesn't mean that we won't later. So again, we are in consolidation. You can kind of see how these past few days and past couple of weeks has done nothing else other than consolidate. So that's what you should still expect until we make a break below this short-term low here on the daily, or a break above the short-term high on the daily. So keep that in mind in the back of your minds. Help that hone your bias in that we are in consolidation and we need to be careful. So let's take a look at the hourly now. Over Asia and London of this past bit, we see Asia and we see London take out Asia's high. So here's Asia's highs, right? London has already taken that out, and then Asia's low. This is actually quite important that this Asia low got taken out, and I'll show you why in a moment. But we want to also mark this buy side liquidity here. So we've actually, London has taken out Asia's high and low. That generally means more difficult price action for the day. There's contrary to that belief, I have seen days run quite well, especially on Thursday. So what can we be potentially aiming for? Well, on the daily, we now have this short-term high up here. Let me get rid of some of these old breaker patterns. I don't think we need to refer to them right this moment, not this one at least. So this, we can say this is potential buy side liquidity on the hourly, right? So let's mark this out, move it to 5 o'clock p.m. today, because I think that could be influential. And this is a buy side liquidity. I think I already set that, but just in case. And the high here is 16,100, even number. Okay. Oops. Crap. Close out of this. Uh-oh. There we go. I copied the wrong thing. Okay, so now I have that going for the rest of the day until 5 o'clock. This Asia high, we don't care to get too ingrained in, but we will extend it out just because if it trades above here and continues to close, then we could kind of treat that as a jumping off point where we go above it, jump down here, mitigation block, head higher. So short-term high here, inversion fair value gap here on the hourly. So we'll mark that out as well. And then what else do we see here? We see on the hourly a non-discount. So this is not a discount buy side imbalance, although we can refer to it. I will mark it out for the time being, but I'm not putting much emphasis on this until it turns into a discount buy side imbalance. I do want to see this here. We have this bullish order block here, down here. That open is 16,062.25. So we'll mark that as well. So 16,062.25 bullish order block here. And we see that this price leg has created on the hourly a short-term low here that is a higher short-term low than here. So on the macro scale, we are still moving up. So I am going to look to see how price reacts here. Let's take a look at the Fibonacci from low to high right now. So this isn't completed yet. The swing hasn't completed yet, so it's tough for me to tell. However, we can take a look at this price swing, and we can see that 50% equilibrium would be roughly around the high end of this. We do recognize that there's a relative equal lows right here. Well, the short-term low here. So we can draw this out as well. Potentially, this could serve as a mitigation block to the downside. Phoenix AVM, good morning, good morning. Anatoly, good morning, good morning. Good to have you here. Hope everyone's having a great day. So let's let me get rid of that for now. I just want you to keep this range in mind, right? Keep this range in mind. We did see us break below this short-term low, but within the greater macro construct of us being overall, us being at the top end of a large bull run from way back in October, right? We haven't taken out this short-term high here. So with that combined with the fact that we still haven't created a lower low yet, leads me to believe that we might continue our expansion higher. Couple things to note here. So we marked this hourly here. I want to go back and show you in London. In London, what that looks like. So here we're on a very low time frame. Actually, let me see if we 1 minute's actually easier. 1 minute's much easier for you to see. Let me bring that over. So this is the 1 minute time frame, right? We are expecting between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning, we are expecting to see a move, and we see displacement here. That's a very obvious displacement. So this is something that I would have been looking for to take short. Where can we take it short to? 16065 down to 16055 is an option. If you let that run further, sell side liquidity is another option. So that's probably about 30 points during this London hour here. On the flip side, once you see it take sell side liquidity, what forms? We see a short-term high. We see a market structure shift to the high upside. We can take this fair value gap here as well. Now you're going to have a little bit more drawdown on this one, on this particular time frame, but nevertheless, if you were to take this and enter at 16,037, the lowest here would have gone down to 16,033. So that's only 4 points of drawdown, not too bad. And then you could have taken this back up to this short-term low, or aimed for this bearish order block here. And that would have given you roughly 25 points. So that is why I see those as oh shoot, price is moving without us. Oh no. So this is what I see on the hourly. We see a draw over here. I'm going to remove this so I can see clearer. So what we have here remaining on the hourly, well, we have this fair value gap, sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, right? We'll draw that out over time. We'll remove, or like keep that there. So you can see that on the hourly, we have a sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency that has formed up here in premium, specifically in premium, right? So let me put this back here. So this swing low, we see that 50% mark is here, 60, 70, 79%. So it's well within optimal trade entry. And we could leverage the draw towards this short-term high to take us up to this volume imbalance once more, head into this sell side imbalance, and then potentially take that downwards. That's what I'm looking to see if it's going to happen. Otherwise, I can't say I would be shocked if we traded well above this. If we trade above this fair value gap here, we would need to come back down to this daily volume imbalance, and from there, you'd have to then see it bounce off the top of it and head higher to target these, if it's going to target that. Now, I do think the expansion will still be to the upside, but since we're in consolidation, I could definitely see us going for internal liquidity, which is this fair value gap here, sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. Okay, so what else do we have? I'm going to mark this London low here, right? We want to mark our London low of 16,031.50. And really, I should be adding some of our handy dandy London low sell side. I should also be doing this to the buy side here. Let's see. Let's just copy this. Short-term high. 1 hour short-term high, buy side liquidity. So let's mark that out and make that buy side. Okay. And then we are curious to see what happens at this inversion fair value gap. However, I'm not overly concerned with it right this moment, because that's not quite I mean, that's right at the 50% line, so I will keep it there, but I will not be phased if it continues to trade higher into this sell side imbalance. So we have this sell side liquidity here. Let's also mark the low. Actually, we have this rejection block, and I'm gonna duplicate this and have this low down here. So these are things that I want to refer to potentially today. Let me get rid of this again. And let me mark these as well. The open here, 16025.50. Let's mark that. It's going to get a little bit messy on the hourly chart, but just follow along. Rejection block. And then, of course, this short-term low down here of 16013.50. Want to mark that out as well. Once it goes down towards this, we're going to basically hit the new week opening gap. So honestly, we don't even need this line here. But we will keep it there for the sake of our charts. So let me remove a few others. Let me extend this to 5 p.m. today. So we see on the hourly, we see candles close, candles close. So what we want to do is we want to see that this buy side imbalance is respected here. And so far, it has been respected. Okay. So we are done with the hourly charting. All of our lower liquidity is being respected. We haven't been able to trade down to it. So we are going to keep an eye on it to see if we maintain our movement upwards. So let's go to the main chart here and start our day. Okay, so hourly chart, we have our draws on liquidity. Or sorry, minute chart, we have our draws on liquidity. See how 7 a.m. we went down, took out sell side liquidity, and then immediately started to rise to take out buy side liquidity there. Zerit, good morning, good morning. Looks like Phoenix is already trading, it looks like. Okay, so remember, we have unemployment claims at 8:30 a.m. FOMC speaker following very closely at 9:15. And 9:45 Chicago PMI, 10 o'clock pending home sales. So there will be volatility this morning. I see some relative equal lows down here. So I'll mark that out. I need to check real quick whether I have a work meeting today that's important to me to break my PTO or not. Give me a second. Oh, let's see. What is this? Let's see. Stand up. Time reports are due. I need to do that. Client calls. Okay, that's fine. Phil, good morning. Good morning. What type of work do you do? Yeah, that's a good question. So a lot of people are interested in that. I'm a cloud IT product manager, and I do product management work and kind of like help people take products to market and make them profitable. I work for a large consulting firm, so this is just something that I can do. I enjoy as a hobby, and I hope to make some money from it. You know. Okay, so we came back down to this short-term high that we broke, right? Let's break this out a little bit more. So remember, our first draw is the 16,100. I'm gonna look for. Actually, I need to set up my trade copier before this happens. Give me one moment here. Last save instrument template. Okay. I need to open up my trade copier. And let's copy each of these. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 counts are good. We are good to go. Let's make sure we're on the correct account here. Okay. Cool, man. Yeah, what kind of work do you do, Phil? Are you full-time trader? Let's see. Hamza, market starts to run down in 1 minute. Ah, so you're bearish bias, Hamza? Phoenix, news in a few. That's correct. We have news in a few minutes. So we will keep our eyes out for whether or not we will take sell side here. Relative equal lows even down here as well. I'm going to be watching out for. Buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency as well here on the 5 minute. All within a premium though, so be careful on this one. I'm framing this in that there's a bullish order block on the hourly right above this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So I am curious if we get down to that buy side imbalance. That would be interesting to me because that would take us down to a bullish order block there. Hold your bullets until after the fireworks news. Cool, cool. I'm a data analyst. We're trying to go full-time with trading. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, stick with the data analyst role and do this on the side. I mean, we're fortunate to be able to work from home. Some of us on some days. Looks like we are seeing a push here. All right, so we're seeing a push upwards now. I don't want what happened yesterday to occur again today, but for some reason I feel like this is just gonna skyrocket towards that 16,100. But yeah, some of us, since we're able to work from home, that allows us to really study on the evenings and gives us a little bit more time to hone a hobby and skill that we find important. I'm going to take these few minutes before. I'm not going to trade before news. I will see what happens after news. 19 watching versus 8 likes. Oh man, 8. Appreciate you, whomever liked the stream. And I'm grateful for those who are watching. Pardon my hair. I kind of just had a weird hair morning. And we have about 2 minutes and 20 seconds before news pops. We see price has risen quite a bit, so we want to see if price can head down to this bullish order block here on the hourly here, and then head down into this buy side inefficiency. So I would be, if it heads down to the midpoint of this, I might consider taking it long. Thumbs down for the hair. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta make sure I enter my time today. It's how we get paid on the 9 to 5. Technically out of office today, so. I will need to remember to do that before lunch. Oh, also today I'm trading only until about lunchtime, then I have to head out, maybe 11:30. So you'll be on your own for the afternoon until I get back. I have to drop the wife off at the airport today. But as you can see, we've been creating lower high, and then we have a higher low, or I guess technically sell stops here, but a higher high, and now we've created even higher high here. So let's see if this bullish order block, if this gets respected here on this run. Still not enough of a run yet. But that would, the price action now would put the 50% mark at that lower, roughly at that lower sell side, buy side imbalance up here. You're going to go with 4 contracts the rest of the, oh, there we go. Wow, what just happened here? Oops, I need to fix my contracts. Oh no, I wanted to take that. I was too late to set my limit order there, but can you guys see how it traded to this and then headed up as well? So I need to see if it returns back to any of those fair value gaps here on the 5 minutes. I see some movement, not wanting to take anything yet. I used the incorrect buy there, so sad. I was a little bit sad there, but notice how we came down into this fair value gap that I marked out before news, and had you had a limit order set there at 16.059, then you would have been fine. I'll buy 2 here if I can get down there, and we'll set a sell limit above here. Might get stopped out here. Okay, try once more as it gets lower. I'm looking at a lower time frame here to see if we see evidence of movement back upwards or not. Because I want it to draw back towards that 16,100 there. But if its sell side is too strong, then so be it. Okay, we want to see if price respects this fair value gap or not. I'll be looking for evidence of this. Okay. Mostly consolidation so far. Buy limits. Set our stop to above here. Try this once more. Set our stop to below this previous fair value gap here. And if it heads down into that once more, I will buy one more. Looks like it wants to head lower. I mean, I might get stopped out here. Yeah, it just keeps on heading lower. Wow. I would expect that it was wanting to head higher from here. I'll try one more entry. Try one more entry here. We can get down there. And then we'll add one. If we can get back down here. Move our stop below there. So yes, the market took all stops top and bottom. That's correct, they did. And they don't have to go any higher. They reached up towards that. And it looks like I might be off sides here once more. So bullish order block here. I might be off sides here. I want to see price head above this short-term high if we're going to head higher. Right now is not the ideal time to trade, honestly. I should wait for open now, but wanted to see if we would be able to springboard back up. But it does look like it wants to head lower, so perhaps there is a... We already came down to take out this bullish order block here. So for that reason, I'm holding my sentiment here. And if we start to see movement back up, I think that the target here of 16,100 could still be taken. So okay, so there we get an entry. Let's see if I get one more entry down at this volume imbalance. Unevo, don't feel pressurized to take trades just because you're alive and are watching. Thank you, Unevo. I appreciate that. Sometimes I do feel the pressure. We can move our stop. Let me take a look and see. Let's not move our stop just yet, okay? So it went to that fair value gap. It went straight to the top of that bullish order block and respected that there. So far, so good. Comes back down to this volume imbalance on the short-term time frame, then I'll take it. So here we can de-risk now. Let me see if there's any other short-term highs that I missed. So we might be looking to see if we continue to reject here. I want to see one more push down and see if I can get my limit order there. Guess not. Oh, whoops, sorry, I totally forgot to add this there. I'm actually going to move my stop. I can keep my stop there, that's fine. We'll either get stopped out or hold for the greater move higher, because we are under the influence that we might, at 9:30, we could come take down this short-term low. We could come down, take that out, take this out first, and then from there head higher. That's possibility as well. We might get taken out here. So we came down to another fair value gap, picked up some orders, came down to a previous bullish order block, and picked up some more orders there. So I think I should be safe with moving my stop loss. Well, I might get stopped there. Okay, well, it looks like I got stopped out there. So we'll wait for open to see. Just because I can't tell where the market wants to go yet. It came down to a 1-minute bullish order block there. But it's having a tough time going back up. So I'm weary of that, right? But we are back down into a bullish order block. We are seeing mostly dark candle. So let's see if it respects this hourly order block here, or if we end up taking out some more. Buy to limit. We got stopped out there. So we'll attempt to go back long as well. If we come back down to this, the volume imbalance down there. bullish order block here. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, we'll try one more entry here. And one more entry here as well. Okay. So far, still holding. The bounce off of the hourly fair value gap, I think, was crucial. We do need to see price support this area. And likely this will just chop until 9:15. We want to see this fair value gap respected here. If we don't, then we'll end up taking the L, and we'll wait for the morning. We'll wait for stops to get hunted. Perhaps we'll wait for this stop to get hunted here. And we will seek out, again, like, I do think that this 16,100 inevitably will be taken out. I don't know when, but I do think that we will take that out. All right, Phoenix is out now. Are you a discretionary or mechanical trader? What do you mean by that, Phil? I mean, I trade by inner circle trader concepts, and I trade price action. So if that is mechanical, then great. Okay, we have institutional order flow entry drill here. We have price respecting that bullish order block there as well. And I want to see if price comes back down to this order block. Good, it does. Respects it. I'm on a lower time frame, by the way, for those that are wondering. I'll take another entry here if I can get it. Stops can be moved below this low. Actually, that's too high. I want to move it down here. I think we could still head down over to some of those earlier fair value gaps. Maybe I should keep this here, actually. That would be ideal to keep it where it's at right now, but I think we should be safe keeping it down below this short-term low as well. Hamza, I think would like them to take that 5-minute low again. Yeah, that would be ideal if we could come back all the way down there. That'd be nice. But we've taken out buy stops, we've taken out sell stops here as well. So I don't think there's a reason for them to head, like these sell stops are taken right there. So I don't think there's a reason for them to head back down. But then again, you know, who knows, right? We came back down into this into a, let me see if I can point this out. So there is a fair value gap on the 1 minute. My side imbalance here. It came down and traded to. And has came down and traded to again. Taking out those sell stops. I'm going to enter once more. Raise my stops here. Actually, I'll keep the stops where they are for now. So far on the 1 minute, the 1 minute bullish order blocks are still being respected for the time being. I need to see this respect the 16,074 level and needs to be respected. Otherwise, we are potentially heading south. Okay, so some further movement south. This is not what we wanted to see by any means. But we did take a short-term low out here. Just now, we took this sell side out. So I would like for this to now support price here. Gold did a very good setup to trade. Do you have like specific rules you follow before placing a trade, or trade whatever the market gives you? I look for a certain set of rules. I have a bias throughout the day, but it does look like today we have a bit more difficult of a setup here. The setup definitely looked long, but I mean, time will tell, right? It looks like right now price is heading downwards, potentially to take out the stops that I had earlier. So we'll see. If this is supporting here, that would be great. I would like to see a push upwards from here. And if I do see that, I will take another pyramid entry here. So we just took sell stops. So I want to see price continue and support that sell stops being taken and rise up higher. Again, this is not financial advice. Don't follow my trades. I have been wrong, and you can and will lose money. I'm not certified to give financial advice, so these are not trades that I want you to follow. Okay, so it looks like we are disrespecting that low. We might head all the way down to this short-term low here. I don't want to see it go much further than this fair value gap, though. But I don't see us respecting that rejection block there. So I might get it stopped out here. That was one heck of a rundown for sure. And it's going to stop me out now. it's going down. So we need to wait. I need to wait to see. Okay, so now it looks like we're heading downwards. I was originally thinking of the impression that we did not need to head back down here now that we took those stops out, but given today's price action, perhaps we do need to take that out. So we'll look to see if there's any shift here that we take. Otherwise, we will look for these short-term lows to be taken out as well. Let's see. We were unable to take out this short-term high at 16,100, and unless we make a, let me check one thing as well. So let's see, price action, London ended up taking out both the highs and lows. So now we look to see if price supports this sell side liquidity here. Look to see if we get a short-term market structure shift. It does look like sells are in motion though. Okay, so we are heading towards a discount area. We have another 5-minute low down here we could potentially target. And then below that, we have another one further down here, which we could also target. So we need to see if we get a displacement back to the upside. Stick to the trading rules, and it's kind of the same feeling I have now, and it's just a reminder, brother. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we traded above a short-term high there. Keep a tight stop on this one. Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to overtrade, but if the setup is there, I'm okay with taking the loss. I mean, I just want to make sure that I'm taking trades in a direction that that I feel or that I see. Now, I wanted to see us reject off of that sell side, as I think who mentioned that earlier, the 5-minute sell side there. So this could very well stop us out here. It does feel kind of heavy here, right? So let's see. We saw a candle close below, and it's having trouble coming back up. So we need to see major displacement to the upside, otherwise we're closing out of this long. All right, we're out. Hey, Nordine. So we wait for we wait to see if we take out this short-term low and these relative equal lows down here. I think we'll come through and burst out through this as well. But we are going to wait and see. clearly we are offsides trying to go to the buy side. So we need to wait for oh, dollars up. Let me check that out. Sorry, I meant to take out I have to do some of my time reports today. Meant to take a look and see. Right click. Okay, so far prices hanging out around that 5-minute short-term low. I need to check one thing here. No meetings. Let me check. Okay, so that doesn't really count as displacement higher. But good note. Okay, we are good. I just need to set my time. Window. Make sure I can charge my time. Good. And we will submit. Okay, so we headed down to the 15-minute relative equal lows. So here I want to see if we are going to continue south and head all the way down to this hourly low. London's low. We want to see if we will maintain this momentum and take out London's low. As we saw, London took out Asia's low. I do have a 30-second chart, but it is hard for me to have because my core focus of this channel is to record price action so we can review it later. I want to be able to see these 4 time frames, so at the very least, a year from now, somebody who wants to look at what unemployment claims did on this date, I can have at the very least this amount here. I do have a lower time frame chart, 30-second. I'm actually looking at a 5-second chart as well. But I'm not going to be able to put it on this screen just because there's not enough screen space. But I do have that on TradingView as well on a separate screen. Just had to submit my time. Now I'm good to go there. Let's pull up DXY as Delphine had mentioned. And let's see, TradingView. So I want to see what happens at London's low. We had that marked out today. We were not patient and we got spanked because of it. So now we can be patient. We can wait for London's low and seeing if we take that out. We have this rejection block here as well. I didn't mark. I need to mark that. So right around here. And we are just reaching that rejection block right now. So I would like to see if we take London low before we consider going long again. If we see continued heaviness to the downside, then it's possible that Wednesday's high was the high of the week, and we are going to head out as well, head down. We still haven't seen displacement back to the upside, so we haven't seen a turtle soup entry just yet. All this price action leads to slow grind downwards. So we'll remove this, remove this, remove. We can keep the 15-minute one, that's fine. So we need to see large displacement above 16,046 if we're going to treat this as any sort of rise in price. Otherwise, we'll continue downwards and head to London's low. Correct. 16,031 is London's low. Yep. Andrea, there's a potential short breaker block on the 5-minute. Yeah, that's a good point. High, low, higher, high, lower, low. I need to see what happens at this London low though, because if we take that out, but we don't take any of these earlier hourly sell sides from yesterday out, that leads me to believe that we're going to head higher to target the 16,100 relative equal highs. I need to see what happens right around this level. I think it can go a little bit further to take out London's lows, and then I need to see what happens there, because London's lows over here are very important, and I need to see what happens there. Recover the L's. Awesome. Good job. Good job. So we are seeing a little bit of a grind up. I don't consider that to be displacement by any means, though. But we have reached yesterday's fair value gap. Okay. Akram Salmi, how are we doing today? Doing good. Read the market incorrect. Took along a little bit too early and got spanked for it. But now we are looking at this consolidation to see whether or not we see evidence of displacement back to the upside, or if we're just headed downwards to take out London's lows. We have taken a few sell side liquidities out, 3 to be exact. But potentially there might be more to come. So we might take this to the sell side if we see evidence of it further. However, we are in a discount, so keep that in mind. We've reached a discount. We've reached this 5-minute buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, and we've taken out the remaining 15-minute imbalance there too. Nothing really is going to happen until 9:30 a.m. open, likely at this point. End of the month, it feels like we're trading Friday. Yeah. Right? We'll take a sell if we can get this. I don't know if we're going to get it, though. Actually, you know what? Let's stick to our rules. Let's not trade until what bell occurs. because we are in pretty severe discount, and we would only be looking for a crying call down to 16,031 at this time. So we created a let's see what we created here. Dollar has risen to a previous new week opening gap high. S&P just took out its sell side liquidity as well. Dow has not yet come down. Yeah, Dow has just been ripping. Not today, but I mean earlier today. So here we could let this consolidate, and we see what happens with our movement here. Do we treat this rejection block and take that only? So I can actually remove this one here, so that's a little clearer. We take this rejection block and kind of treat that as the real single point of continuity. So far, so good. It's consolidating here, so this leads me to think that perhaps if maybe at open we take out London low, then perhaps if we immediately reject and create a fair value gap there at London low, I will take this back long the entire way up to 16,100. So that is the play. We would like to see a Judas swing below this area here and below London low sell side before we take this long. Our goal now is to simply recuperate losses. And we're still in this range, so wait for open. The Dow traded down to a bullish order block, but barely made it, didn't even touch it. S&P, of course, took out two sell side liquidities, but did not take out London's low. And we're starting to see some movement here from that rejection block. So let's see if we can get a movement down below those relative equal lows. Or if we can't, then we will take this all the way back up to 16,100. Find an entry on an order block, basically. We want to see us have that nice like Judas swing lower though. We just already head back to that. High is 16,046.50. 16,046.50. We actually headed down there. Stopped out, not having it today. with the relentless trades. Yeah, give it a little moment here. We're close to open. We're close to having some speakers here as well. I'll enter light here, and I will re-enter if we head down to other areas of liquidity. Keep in mind, we could see that New York comes and takes out London's low. So I'm just keeping apprised of that if that were to happen. I'm just staying low contracts for now. I can always pyramid as needed. So we traded down into a fair value gap there. I want to see us support this bullish order block here. I want to see us trade above that and support that. $9.15. So FOMC Speaker Williams is speaking now. We failed to achieve a higher high there and are heading back down into that fair value gap. I might close out of this long for the short time. I want to see what happens at 9:30 a.m. If we miss the early entry there, so be it. We don't want to be messing around when there's a Fed speaker talking, because the algos could pick up whatever they say, and they could completely drop it there. Flat now. Now, again, we would love to see none other than London low being taken out here. And we see that price came close to, but created almost what could be considered a relative equal low down there now. So if price were to head down there, I would not be surprised. I would look for price to take out 16,013, maybe new week opening gap. And if we're really heavy, we have 15,945 on the sell side. But so far, I haven't seen an indication that we will be truly that heavy yet. Came back down to this order block here. Respected the consequent encroachment of that. So yeah, let's see what we get. If we get a run below these lows here, that would be ideal before we consider longs. Russell, good morning. Glad to see you. How are you doing, man? Good to have you here. So it looks like the bullish order block was respected there on the lower time frame. Hourly, we still see that we have this rejection block that we traded to and then instantly moved up about 10 points, 15 points. So keep an eye on London's low. If we're looking to go long there, if we see evidence that it will go long, right? Let me remove this for now. It's not going to be respected. About 10, 11 till. Let's see something here. Okay, so our daily candle has just turned red, basically. Our weekly candle is still green. Okay, so we touched that rejection block once more. Manufacturing, some short-term lows there, relative equal lows there. So keep an eye on that. I used to have a good acquaintance, Russ. I think he's doing really well trading Apex. He really took it and by the storm and has now become very successful trading Apex funded trader stuff. Lived in a trailer. Somehow he had a ridiculous setup in his trailer. It was really funny and cool to see. Oh, I need to take a look at real-time hours, by the way, before we open. Okay, so here looks like we closed around this price and are going to open roughly around here. So settlement low down here, settlement high up here. Something like that. Wherever we end up opening, it's somewhere around here. So either way, we're going to be opening up with a real-time hour gap lower. Current price is here and we closed lower. So I would anticipate if we go south first to take that out, London low would be the perfect place for us to take that and take that long again. Wow, that's great to hear. Looking to do the same here. Nice, nice. So what I'm talking about with the real-time hour chart is the current charts are extended trading hours, and this is the real-time hour chart, remember? We basically completely removed that gap. So here, this is our settlement range low, right around here. Current real-time hour opening range settlement high. That's where price is today. This is where price ended the day. So you'll see there's a little gap down that we can take first. So I am looking to see if we might be able to scalp that downwards first, or if we leave that gap open. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I might try to scalp this down to London's low if we get a Judas swing upwards first. Ultimately, at London's low, I will flip my sentiment to long to try to aim for 16,100 today. Change a couple. All right, so far so good. 6 minutes till opening price. Dollar has DXY has rejected from where it's at right this moment. Let's take a look at a slightly higher time frame. On the daily, we've seen it bounce up from a weekly level here, leaving a bit of a gap. So dollar could either continue going higher today, or it can consolidate and head back down to that down to a weekly or a 4-hour imbalance there. Let me see what it looks like on the hourly. Yeah, dollar's right at a consolidation point right now. It's coming down from a previous new week opening gap, but it spiked downwards at that 8:30 a.m. time frame. It does seem to be that this rejection block is working. We want to see. So if I'm looking at this rejection block here, we would like to either see London not trade to at all, or sell side. I would prefer London being taken instead. But if we start and have a fair value gap displacement to the upside, then that's going to mean we are potentially not going to, price is just going to run away at that point in time. If we just get a displacement higher and we barely get any moves lower, then price is likely just going to run to the upside. The better setup would be if price ends up going down, taking out London's low, then heading higher. Ideally, that would be a much better setup for going long. We have to be careful here, though, because those new week opening gaps can be magnets and draw price to them as well. So watching and waiting for the time being. Today, I added my first FIBO to the mix after going over my trades last night. Oh, Fibonacci? Yeah, that's cool. That's good. Fibonacci is a good tool and used in different ways as well. Going south here, so you're going short. Okay. I have not taken any trades since that 8 a.m. fiasco. I wish I would have taken and set my limit order there, but sadly I did not. That would have been a nice long. Might look at the 1 second chart next time during news. See what happens there. Oh, nice short. You were right, Phoenix. So it headed down to that rejection block once more. Took out sell stops again. So instead, range is going to be closer to here. So we actually won't have an opening range, very much of an opening range rather. It's around there. Let's see where our opening range takes us. About 50 seconds left. So we're heading towards London lows. And we're opening with not a lot of gap here. Okay, so London lows just got taken here. Remember, we still do have a rejection block from yesterday and further lows beneath us that we potentially could also target. So it doesn't have to bounce here. It can and potentially could continue lower towards this old rejection block. So it is headed to the downside. 16025. So it looks like it did not respect that. I'm not going to remove it yet, but so we see okay, opened has we've got the open here. We came down, took out this rejection block here. So now we're waiting to see if we take out this short-term low here as well, or if we respect the rejection block. Now price is going to be really key at this short-term low here. We'll see if we take it out, and then we need to see what happens here. Do we see evidence of anybody coming back in? If not, then we could be in. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'll enter here on the volume imbalance. Okay. Buy one more there. Okay. Stop can be put in profit now. Contracts, fair value gap up here as well. I see that. Fair value gaps forming on a lower time frame. Again, don't take my trades. This is not financial advice. We see a buy side imbalance forming on the lower time frame here within that 1 minute buy side imbalance. So we're going to see if we end up taking it all the way back down. If it enters, I might add one more order if it heads down to, and let me fix this opening range real quick. Okay, opening range is perfect. We should be able to see movement. We just took out buy side here, so it doesn't have to go any higher. But what we did create was relative equal highs, right? Relative equal highs sometimes are made to be broken. Came down to a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency on the lower time frame. So you can see price came right down back to that square. And we are gonna need to see if we can move our stop up to below that buy side imbalance now, or at least, yeah, below this short-term low. Actually, we'll move it to below this bearish order block, or bullish order block rather. So another entry there. Okay, so we see that price came back down into that buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. And we see it's claiming the bullish order block there, right where our sell stop is at. So tagged, we are out. I want to see if we respect this bullish order block here. What's dollar doing? Dollar is rising right now. And is there a draw higher on dollar? Not really. We'll re-enter here. Keeping our stops below here. Want to see if we take one here. Oops. What just happened here? Hold on, I need to check if Apex messed up my positions. I think they did. Hold on, I need to flatten everything. Apex screwed with my positions here. All right, there we go. We should be a little better now. Okay, so let's see if it takes that out once more. It does not look like it wants to head higher today, but okay, so we just went to head back to that short-term low. We need to see if we respect this here or not. Oops, this is not here. There we go. That's a little bit better. Sorry about that. Messed up. It does look kind of heavy today. I don't know if we're going to get back up to that 16,100 area. So I need to see a big displacement above these short-term highs here if I'm going to see anything to the upside. For now, it doesn't seem very bull friendly. Okay, still, so far, so good on support down in that area. So that allows us to, okay, we want to see a spike above here. Check the real-time hour chart to see if I missed anything there as well. Nope. Pretty much that was the initial sell side. Let's see if it can get all the way down to new week opening gap here then. We're in a pretty deep discount. So taking shorts here, even if price goes lower, it's difficult for me to take shorts right at this moment. Okay, so we're heading down to the new week opening gap. We need to see, all right, so now we've traded down below new week opening gap, so there's a good chance we're heading down towards the sell side liquidity down there. So I would like to see for us to head back up to new week opening gap. We've definitely shifted lower. But I need a little bit of a retracement before we head lower even than that. Not getting any movement yet. So this is the next draw on liquidity that I see. It does look like these are being respected here. Now our stops have to be up here. We'll pyramid in as we see more. So we need to see these bearish order blocks be respected here. Looks like this monthly level is being held. What is this monthly level again? Premium Sibi low. I'm gonna move my stop up a bit. Oh, too late. We should see a short-term shift here. I do think that it likely will target this short-term low here. Potential here. What is going on with my copier? Next stage consolidation. Add more here. Looks like my positions are off here for some reason. right. On the next green candle, we'll add 2 more. We don't have to go below this that very much, but I think we likely will. New apex copier, bullish force to apex, use flatten button. Yeah. Yeah, flatten button was a good one. So we took out this low. Maybe it won't reach for this relative equal low down here. That's a possibility. Added 1. Might need to raise this here. If I start to see some really big, like, short-term highs get taken out, like in this. Oh, what just happened here? My positions just got taken out. That's weird. I need to flatten my apex copier. I need to flatten everything again. Dang, that was weird. Let me try. I don't know what the heck happened there. Let me reopen my position. That was very bizarre. I don't know what the heck is happening here. Okay. So my trade copier kind of goofed up there. So let me re-enter because I'm still of the impression that we are headed downwards to this low. That was very bizarre. Okay, so we have relative equal lows, 15,945. And then also below that, we've got further sell side there that I believe we should be aiming for. Uh-oh. need to keep our stops above here. What is going on? So shorts, let's try 40. Oh my gosh, something's wrong with my Apex copier. I just got closed out of like all my accounts again. PA, let's try flattening it once more. Something is up with this. 23. Let's try leading with 28 maybe. Man, sorry, something is really wrong with my Apex trade copier. Which one am I leading with? 28? Okay, let's try this again. Let me see what is going on with this. I need to fix this first. Apex trade copier is screwing me up here. 20, 21, 22. I missed my whole short there. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm not really sure what is going on here. But my copier just closed out of all my positions short, so that was fun. I need to check this, make sure my copier is still okay. Something's wrong. Something went wrong with everything there. Let's see. $28, that's fine. 47, that's fine. It's fine there too. Should be fine there as well. Man, that was really annoying. Okay, so we are nearing sell side liquidity from previous day. Very tilting for today. And let's make sure we have some of our targets still available. So let's wait for 10 a.m. Silver bullet here. We did not take out this relative equal low, which is interesting. And also interesting is that we traded to immediately the 12 a.m. weekly Monday's 12 a.m. opening price. So I'm curious if let me see what's going on the daily. Oh, I see. I see what happened there. One of my accounts was too low. It was part of the few that were really low. I have a few of those right now, so those definitely took a hit on that squeeze back up. Dollar still continues to rise. On the hourly, let's look to see on the 4-hour, it does have a rise. It rose up to a fair value gap and has currently rejected off of that, but it's gone above a previous new week opening gap, so it could head higher. Given this price action, I'm not sure if this counts as a bounce here, or if we're gonna end up heading higher. Because right now we failed this relative equal high, and we failed this relative equal high. So don't like this price action, even if it moves. The entries are meh. Yeah, agreed. That was really a sad entry there, or sad set of circumstances that Apex just like cut me out of all my trades. Okay, so what do we have next? We failed to achieve this lower low of 15,945. We got down to 15,947.50, but we were not able to hold that. So the core question today would be, are we going to continue bouncing and begin our retracement upwards, or what's going to happen there? E-mini is pretty much flat for the day, so continuation of that flatness, it looks like. I guess one could say that the sell model finished there, but we don't have very much consolidation yet, so need to see what price can do next here. Still in this consolidation range. We crossed 983. Long, if not short, is my trade. Yeah, I think that's probably a decent consideration there. We have targets to the sell side here. I might leg into, we're just not seeing displacement, you know? So I want to see, what I want to see is, I want to see big displacement in one direction or the other. Watch and see ES does. If it takes out the 5-minute swing high for a short, volume balance can send it lower. Yeah, let's take a look. I'll look at the ES on another screen. So we have, let's see, what was this high here? Buy side liquidity here. So we barely took out that buy side liquidity here. I haven't seen us break that high with displacement yet, but if we do, we'll head up towards 16,051 if we see displacement above here now. If we don't, well, we know the relative equal low is beneath us that we could aim for. Kenneth Qua. Hey, how you doing, brother? We are having all sorts of issues with Apex Trade Copier today. Having some of my orders completely jacked out. Not fun. So right now we're waiting, and we're waiting in motion to see if this serves as enough of a take on sell side liquidity. Note, we did not take out this relative equal low here at 15,945. I do think that we probably will end up taking that out just because there's so many touches of relative equal lows down there now. So in general, I'm still going to be looking at shorts in general. We need to see if we can get a retracement first. So from the swing high to swing low, this fair value gap that I'm about to mark here will be considered fair value. You should see it on the 1 minute chart, sell side imbalance here. So that swing should, we head up to there, I think that's where the higher probability short will be, as that is above equilibrium from the swing high to swing low. From this swing high to this swing low. We'll see if we can get up there though. We would prefer us getting up there. We see price taking this buy side. We're not seeing displacement higher yet. So 10 a.m. Want to see what happens here if we have silver bullet form. My thesis is that we head higher to that fair value gap, that sell side imbalance. But price needs to support that theory as well, because right now it's forming a retail bull flag, and typically when that happens, we see price head lower. Algos will take that lower rather. Okay. On higher time frames, we have had no bearish order blocks form until we get to the 5 minute. So we see price creating a lower low here, then we'll take it short. And let me see if there's any other reaches here. I think we'll take out both of these relative equal lows down here shortly. Move my stop here briefly, and I'm going to add in okay, there we go. Let me make sure Apex didn't screw me again. Excellent. Okay, good. So we've tackled the relative equal lows there. So what's remaining now? We have 15, 9, 12 sell side. And remember at the beginning of the week, we had mentioned this weekly draw, right? Now we're seeing evidence that we might actually head towards there. Where's my PA account? 30. Did that not copy? That's weird. Okay, so we took out the relative equal lows there, and we are seeing continuation today. Next draw on liquidity is going to be let me check one thing here. I need to check the daily chart real quick because there's a previous sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, inversion fair value gap right there. So we need to see how strong that is. So we have had on the daily chart, if you go back to your daily, you'll see what I see. There's a sell side imbalance, which has traded both sell side and buy side. So if it's going to bounce, it's going to need to respect this inversion fair value gap high. Otherwise, it's going to go down and take out the 15, 9, 12 relative equal lows, sell side there. So now we are pretty certain that Wednesday's high is likely the high of the week. E-mini as well, dropping. E-mini came back up into a fair value gap after displacement and is heading lower. Need to see. So E-mini's got a few. It just took out a major yesterday's low as well on E-mini. So it kind of looks like this on E-mini right now. On the 15-minute. So what remains? Well, we have this short-term low here that remains on E-mini. And as you can see, E-mini has started to come back up off of that movement. So if we are, there's a few short-term lows here, relative equal lows here. I think that could be a potential for those of you trading it. We have taken out these two. So we need to see, is price going to leave it there and not take out a short-term low? We'll have to see. But otherwise, we have targets to the downside as well on E-mini. Wow, didn't expect that drop. Market has a mind of its own. Yeah, absolutely. Any help from support? No, not enough time to contact them. Watch and see what ES does. Sees it if it takes out a 5-minute swing high for a short. The VI can set it lower. Yeah, absolutely. I know I missed some questions earlier. I'm trying to look for them now. Can't find them anymore. Oh, Kenneth, what's your confirmation test on support? Well, I don't really think about price in terms of support and resistance. I try to identify the draw on liquidity, and on Sunday's prep, we identified the weekly imbalance to be a potential draw on liquidity. Dollar doesn't seem to be, well, today it finally might be a little helpful, but as Delphine mentioned in the morning, dollar was rising up precipitously in the morning. Right now, it's kind of just, it's still starting to rise a bit, but it rejected off of the old previous new week opening gap. So likewise, we're starting to see some price movement at that key inversion fair value gap level. So note the reaction off of a daily inversion fair value gap, right? Let's see if I can find this here. There. So note the reaction off of that. I'm not saying it's done. It's going to completely reverse, right? We would need to see it rise above this high here in order to feel truly confident that it can reverse. But potentially we could see it rise above this short-term high with some fervor. Then we can kind of get a sense of, hey, maybe short-term, the sellers have had enough. They're going to try and take the market back up for the time being. One thing to note as well is, will this, I don't like this as a bearish breaker, but possibly as a continuation. Let's take a quick look at what the range looks like now from high to low. So now, from high to low, we have these being in a true optimal trade entry range, short-term high up here. So I could see them try to take this short-term high out, come up here, then continue downwards. I could see them try to do that. We have below us, we have this short-term low here. And if you remember on the daily chart, let me pull this over. On the daily chart, we had no confirmation of a lower low until this 1938.75 was broken. We just broke that here. So I consider this to be a shift in market structure. We need to see if this turns into another short-term low there. Otherwise, we'll get some more dark candles up. Or if it turns into just a simple turtle soup entry and it heads higher. So we don't have true confirmation yet, but we're getting there that we might turn short. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so right now it's in another order of consolidation. We see that there is another set of consolidation down here right now. So we believe Wednesday's likely the high of the week, and that Thursday, Friday can and potentially will take out lows down here. We're looking at a retracement right this moment. There's a 5-minute bearish order block. You guys can see that here. See if I can draw it out for you. It's probably easier if I use a range, honestly, because the order block is from the low here. I guess I should make this sell side imbalance. So let's watch price at that point there. However, on the lower time frames, I am seeing that we've created a 1-minute buy side imbalance. So let me mark that as well. So we have a reversal. We have a buy side imbalance created. We want to see if we can take, if this can turn into And one thing to note as well is there happens to be a 1 minute SIBI right here as well. Which we see price just completely blowing through, right? As far as the low, more low 30, watching hit the like trader support channel. Appreciate you, Phoenix. Maybe hit a roadblock with this low, 921. Yeah, 921 seems, it bounced straight off of that inversion fair value gap. And what it ended up doing is creating a lower, a relative equal low with the lows back on November 21st. So now we're keeping that in mind on the macro scale that we have more relative equal lows to the downside there. Okay, so let's clean up the charts a little bit because we've gone past all of this morning time. London low. We can remove that for now. Rejection block. Down here, this was the rejection block we had mentioned earlier. That was this hourly candle up here. Right there. We can remove that as well for the time being, since we've traded through that. Oh, okay. So we don't need to refer back to that yet. We can still keep this sell side liquidity here on the hourly. If price ever reaches all the way back up there, it could be a potential mitigation block, right? So we can leave that there. We still have some, we didn't get an entry to go long there, but we do see that it's traded to a 1 minute sell side imbalance there. So if we trade above here, I anticipate we head up to this fair value gap and keep a close eye on, we want to keep a close eye on this as a potential mitigation block to head lower. Because what this means is, note on the hourly, remember this buy side imbalance that we had here? This can now serve as a inversion fair value gap because we've traded up, down, displacement below it. And if price comes back up to this mark, we would treat it as an inversion fair value gap. It is a balanced price range, and we do not need for it to go any lower at this time. Okay, so we can see that price is creeping up towards this short-term high. Check a couple things. 989 next for you. There you go. 989. So we've hit this short-term high. 989 has been booked. So does price have to go higher? No. Can it go higher? Let's take a look. So we see this bearish breaker here too. Let's note that. Oops, not that one. So we're noting this breaker here. We have a high, low, higher high. And from a swing projection perspective, looking back in retrospect, we see that this line lined up exactly with 150. This line lined up with the 200 mark. And this line lined up with the 250 mark. So those were all good places to take profit, as we did take profit there. And and got our accounts back to green, even though Apex kind of screwed us with some of the earlier fiasco there. So now we're heading up to an area where we see, let me remove this here. So let's take a swing high to swing low here. Oops. Swing high to swing low. Okay. What just happened to... Okay, here we go. So we can see that this fair value gap happens to be at the 50% mark from swing high to swing low. Now, if we take a look at the candle close swing high and swing low only, that's a much different expectation. We see 50% mark is up near this breaker. So we need to watch both of those to see if there's evidence of us retracing or if we're going to see continuation here. Because we do have, on the minute chart, we have a new swing that has been created based on this low to this high. And we broke above. We had a minor lower time frame market structure shift. So we see that we traded to this bullish order block here. And it looks like it respected that for the time being. Right? I would prefer if it were to head further down. Let me remove some of these. Actually, I can keep that there. This could serve as a inversion fair value gap now. We would prefer it if we saw a buy side imbalance traded down to maybe around here for optimal trade entry. Let me mark this sell side imbalance. Man, I need some water. Give me a second. Ah. So we are approaching 10:21 a.m. We were unable to achieve this fair value gap. I wanted us to get up there, but we didn't get up there. So what could be our next trade? Well, if we can see this come down to maybe at least equilibrium mark, this might be a good candidate for a long once it gets to equilibrium. And what will we be aiming for? We would be aiming for that new week opening gap high, if it can hold, right? It's not supporting this bullish order block, so we need to see if it can head lower, then maybe head down into this optimal trade entry buy side imbalance, unless it's just willing to completely reject here and head higher. But we are in a deep discount now based on our daily range. Okay. I need to So it looks like it respected that inversion fair value gap for the time being. And likely we could see this head back up to take out that short-term high, which is up here now. We'll see if it fails here or not, but Bentahar, good morning, Johnny and Phoenix. Hey, good morning, Bentahar. How are you doing, brother? Oh, I wonder if this is failing here. $10.30. Saw the 5-minute barely do institutional order flow, but we are seeing difficulty in price heading higher here. Keep in mind, we are not at a premium yet. Okay, we went down to the buy side imbalance there. So we need to see if we are going to continue higher here. Or if we just continue to rage downwards. Kind of looks to be all the rage to head south. Come south. Weather is great. Food is second to none. Don't play games with us now. Let's see, what time is it? 10:30. Okay. So we've taken out sell side. We've taken out some buy side, but not all of it yet. So we need to see if this supports price here. It does look like so far it's not supporting price to the, or I mean, it has held here, but it doesn't seem like it's heading south very quickly. Okay, so price is headed down. It touched the bullish order block on the 1 minute time frame. So let's see, Bentahar, candle closes below, wick is going to be a sell opportunity. I think we need to cover that 1 hour gap before going all the way down. Yeah, I mean, we are seeing price head to key levels here. So it came down into a 1 minute bullish order block there, but it hasn't been able to support that. And if we break down below that, well, we are just really slow grinding back down to some of the earlier points where we left relative equal lows, right? That 15, 9, 12 level is in our sights. It is 10:30 though. Price did technically go to a, I can look at this swing high, swing low, swing low. So price technically did. I drew the Fibonacci incorrectly. I'm looking at the 1 minute now. So if you look at the price from here to, I think it was up here. If we look at the price from here to there, we see that we did reach the 50% retracement mark here. And that would have been a nice little short there. Since we are generally bearish right this moment, we do see that there's reaction off of that bullish order block. We see a lot of consolidation where we're at, so we're not tempted to take anything yet. Nothing's required for us to take right this moment. But we are in quite a bit of a discount, and we traded down to a 5 minute volume imbalance and are currently trading back up for the time being. We did see a slight market structure shift to the downside with a little bit of displacement, but we did see us come all the way back down into this fair value gap down here. So discount fair value gap based on the current trading range. And we are now in between a whole bunch of different liquidity. We have people trying to go short because they're FOMOing. We have sell sides, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sell sides having been taken. And let me see if there's anything else on today's economic calendar. Thursday, 10 a.m. pending home sales has happened. 10:30 natural gas is not going to be of consequence. So no more things happening today. So I assume that we're going to continue to maybe aim for this short-term high here, potentially. We need to see if this fair value gap serves as an inversion fair value gap or not. I'm gonna remove this for now. And now we really don't have very much here. I mean, this order block's already taken care of, so I don't need to mark it. Very slow price action here. But it has gone up 20 points since the past 10 minutes or so. Okay, so that movement upwards is being disrespected. So the question here is any movement up, is it still being disrespected here? Well, we start to see that there's this consolidation, right? So we're at another key area of consolidation. We have on the hourly, we have this market maker sell model, this kind of like run up and run down this week. From the lows of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And now we're at a point where we need to make a decision because we took out those lows and have bounced so far. We need to make a decision on whether or not we're going to aim for those lower lows and take out, and maybe even aim for this new week opening gap down here. Ouch. There's no fair value gaps on the minute that I see, on the 5-minute that I see, and on the 15-minute, we technically already traded up into one of its fair value gaps that displaced lower. So I'm tempted to think that we are headed lower. And we want to target that relative equal low, 15,912 here. We're at the bottom of this inversion fair value gap, city high. but I don't think that's going to stay for very long. So we see price head towards our 15,912. And we should see us break through that level pretty soon here. So here we go, 15,912, relative equal low, sell side taken. And that is a wrap there. In ICT, Delphine says, let's see, Phoenix, fifth candle printing, we'll know now, traders. In ICT profile on Wednesday of the reversal in mentorship 2022, price must find the lowest on Monday. So let me read that once more. In ICT profile for Wednesday reversal, price must find the lowest on Monday. So I think, so Delphine, for that Wednesday reversal, price would find its highest on Wednesday is what that reversal means. So if we see Wednesday reversal, then we could see Thursday and Friday sell further down. And remember, I think I brought this up in the weekly chart analysis, but let me see if I can find my weekly chart. Where is my weekly chart? This one. So remember during Sunday's review, we had noted on, and this is the weekly candle chart, we had noted that we were looking for this draw on liquidity down here. There are a few different profiles that ICT uses on and then we'll use the hourly for this one because this is Monday, right? So we have a few different profiles where it's Monday low and then it reaches all the way back up to Thursday and Friday long. There's the opposite where it's Monday high and then it continues lower. There's Tuesday high and then continues lower. Then there's Wednesday high, continues lower. There are some other models where we more seek and destroy up until Thursday high and then lower. But this is a Wednesday reversal profile, and all that ICT is mentioning is that there's a high likelihood that if we take a key level on Wednesday and we see sharp drops below that, that we could see a Wednesday market reversal profile, which means selling Thursday and then heading towards key levels and potentially consolidation on Friday. 32 watching, only 17 likes, support Johnny Lane. Oh, that's amazing. For everyone who's here watching, thank you so much for coming. I'm so blessed to be able to have you here. I hope this is helpful. Hopefully reading price action live here is helpful, and key levels, of course, are helpful as well. I know it's a little bit messy, but they are key levels for a reason. So we want to keep them there. So the next draw on liquidity is a previous new week opening gap high. So the opening on the week of 11/17 is going to be our next draw. We should see us head to the new week opening gap high here. And then I expect once we get to new week opening gap high that we end up consolidating a little bit at that area. Russell, just the like. Delphine, okay, thank you. Yeah, so Delphine, I like using those market profiles to get you kind of want to take each week by week and kind of box each week into a profile. And then over time, when you look at each week and you see, oh, this is a Tuesday reversal. Oh, this is Tuesday high of week, Wednesday high of week, an example of Thursday high of week. Then you start seeing and logging the different types of price action into those profiles. And then over time, you just see, oh, okay, there's a high likelihood that this is the top. Let's take the sell. Let's take the one shot, one kill model, sell off there. Okay, so we almost got down to the new week opening gap on 11/17 or 11/19, sorry, Monday. So again, once we get down here, I expect us to take this short-term low on 11/20. We could bounce as well, but will we bounce so much that we take out this week's high? Probably not. So yes, thank you. Oh, appreciate you, Phoenix and Russell. Just hit the like. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Any likes, I don't know if they help me or not, but it's really good to see, like, if there's less likes or dislikes even, maybe I am presenting something in a way that people don't like to digest or am confusing. I want to make sure I'm speaking well and I'm able to clearly articulate why I see price action likely heading towards these relative equal lows or this relative equal low, right? Why do I have that there? So I want to make sure that I'm constantly communicating that each day that I'm able to come trade with you. So I usually work 9 to 5, but I'm taking paid time off to really focus down and focus in here and really be able to talk through price action, see what the day looks like, see what the week looks like. Oftentimes I am seeing how that plays out with our weekly analysis, right? Oh, Russell, seriously, you explain things so well. Thank you. No, I thank you very much. That's really kind of you to say. But at the end of the day, I know people who see this channel, I mean, this channel is primarily meant to just record price action so we can go back and take a look at it, right? So that's the core bit that any one of us can go back and learn and take a look at these levels and get a sense of what's happening that day and see how we might have done better, how we might have traded a little bit better throughout this time, right? That's all this channel is for. There might be all walks of traders that come here, with traders that use different types of studies. Looks like we're having a push down towards that new week opening gap. So if we hit the new week opening gap, chances are we will disrespect the midpoint of it, but you want to keep that in mind. Is watch out for kind of like this midpoint area here. Let's see what price does here. But you can see there's the new week opening gap high. So we cleared that. The one thing we want to note over here is this low is 15,887. This low is 15,888 for the time being. I have a feeling we're going to end up taking out this fair value gap. And then of course, as mentioned during Sundays, what lows do you have on the 1 hour? So over on November, this one's a little less important now that we've traded down there. I have a feeling we'll trade through this, but this short-term low here, the more important one that's coming up next is this combination of lows here. Actually, these three combination of lows here. These are, this daily level, 15,797, is the most important one. So we're still in the middle of a daily inversion fair value gap. But as I mentioned before, I don't think that this is going to be respected. I think we will trade down to none other than what I mentioned on Sunday, this weekly premium SIBI high. There's a low here that's a little bit lower, 15,824, that we could trade down to. And then there's a huge gap way, way, way back here. There's a enormous, this is where you want to be trading short. When we get down here, at the very least to this midpoint, you want to be taking the shorts down from here to here. I would expect us to trade down, trade back up to this new week opening gap low, and then head downwards from there. Maybe next week, but maybe this week too. I don't know. But as you can see, we traded down to that midpoint here. Let me see if that's an actual midpoint. I kind of just eyeballed that. Yeah, close enough. That's pretty close. Look at that. Not bad, right? So we want to see it if it respects that or if it just blows through that completely. Heading down to, of course, the new week opening gap low. Let's blow this up a little bit so you can see a little bit more. Once we go below that, note this buy side imbalance though. This is an hourly internal range liquidity. You don't want to discount that. Looks like I missed a couple of chats. DS Dong, Dong. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. DS Dong, hi, I'm new here. Johnny, do you have a video on how to set up NinjaTrader like you're trading on the right? Oh, right now? No, I can. That's a good point. I can, you know what? Let me jot that down. I need to grab my phone real quick. Let me jot that down. I'll create a video. I mean, let me know if that's going to be valuable for you, how to set up Rhythmic NinjaTrader. I can definitely do a video on that. I don't have one yet. Actually, I do. So if you go to, gosh, which one is it? If you go to, also note that we respected the consequent encroachment of this. So look for evidence of us, maybe seeing if we go higher there. Looks like Inner Circle Trader just posted a video 38 minutes ago as well. And he had sell side delivery too. So definitely check that out. So I think that I do have a playlist where I walk through the setup. Is it this one? Okay. No, I don't have a video where I walk through how to set this up like this, but I can certainly do a video as to how to set up like so that it looks similar to what I do. I can definitely do a video on that though. But no, unfortunately I don't have a video on how to set it up like that. But all I do is I duplicate windows, 4 windows here, and then I kind of link them up here. You can link them to a color so that anytime you change the instrument, it'll change to all 4 of those. So thank you for the idea, DS Dong. I will create a video on that. What are the numbers? Type it here, boss. Man, I have them on my screen though, Phoenix. I have those numbers all here. Okay, so for Phoenix, the 15837.5 weekly BISI high, and then 15824.5 short-term, actually no, 15797.75 daily premium BISI high. There you go, Phoenix, just for you. Michael Tapiero, I can't see the opening gap. Yes, so the opening gap turned out to be really small. Let me pull open the real-time hour chart here so you can see. So this line, so each of these days you can kind of see they're very small. Let me widen this up so you can see it. So each of these is one day, right? 9:30 a.m. till all the way up till 4:30 or so, 4 o'clock, right? So today's opening gap, there really wasn't really much of one. So if you look at this candle close, we have this candle close on yesterday. So price stopped all the way here at 4 o'clock yesterday. And then at 9:30 in the morning, it opened up here. This is the range that I use for opening range. And we saw that we would probably take that out at some point. But we also see that it reached up into this 5-minute fair value gap before heading down. So that's telling to us. That should have been something that I saw. Unfortunately, I did not see that quickly enough. Hope that helps, Michael. Okay. Let's see what else we've got going on right now. So we have maintained that consequent encroachment here. It is almost 11 o'clock. Man, I'm kind of pissed now that Apex Trade Copier caused 3 of my lower performance accounts to bust. So that's a little bit tilting from the morning. After busting one of the other one, I traded them in 4s way back in the day, and like maybe a couple months ago, I traded them really stupidly, so they were always like towards the lower end. I mean the weekly, I can't see the opening gap, meaning the weekly, the one we are trading in right now. The opening gap. So are you talking about the weekly open here? Up here? On Monday? The 26th? I've kind of stopped keeping that price action, but I can keep that price action up here. If that helps. Okay, let's see. So at this point in time, you have to think through that we're at 11 o'clock. Price has already come down to take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of sell side liquidity. And we are currently consolidating here at the consequent encroachment of this old new week opening gap high. We still have the rest of the day, so it's very possible for us to maybe retrace. I would look to this short-term low here at 15,938. I would look to that to see if we are able to see if we're able to come back up, treat that like a mitigation block, and then head lower into the weekly draw on liquidity. It doesn't have to get there this week. In fact, with this amount of movement lower, we can certainly see some retracement higher for the time being. Let me see what ES has done. ES traded down to a prior. They took out a low on 1128. Okay. All right, that's good. And is now bouncing. Let me see what the Dow is doing. Dollar index is still juggling around itself right now. It's consolidation when dollar DXY is oh wow, look at that spike up. Let me fix the 15-minute chart so we can actually see. All right, so we see displacement on the 1 minute. The new week opening gap for sure is a key level there, and it respected the consequent encroachment of it. So I would be curious if we end up taking this further and heading to the upside now. Potentially this here, or this short-term low here. Let's see. Even despite blowing those 3 other accounts, thank God I created a few other Apex accounts, Apex trading accounts for evaluation accounts before before that 90% sale dropped off. I have 5 waiting, so I burned 4 this week, which is the really low ones. I burned those, unfortunately. Today, that was also because Apex Copy Trader caused me to close out of some accounts and get stopped out and created phantom orders. So again, that's something you need to be really careful about. I've lessons learned. That's fine. Thankful that I'm in a position where I can replenish those performance accounts pretty quickly. But let's tally up today's gains. Okay, so still a $600 day for today. That was a nice rise. That was a nice little squeeze up there. So we've hit this daily SIBI inversion fair value gap, SIBI high. So for your journals, just note that for large movements, when we get to a previous new week opening gap, note that we respected that center point, that consequent encroachment. On the lower time frame, so let me show you as well why I use a lower time frame. I did not enter on this because I was done trading for the day, but you can kind of see this same on the 5-second chart. If you have data, you do not need this. This is for those who want to go into a different level of analysis. But you can kind of see how it respected that midway point, right? Respected it. Displacement above a short-term high, 2022 model there. It takes sell side, displacement above short-term high. This is 2022 model. Entry here, 15,895. 905, 1525. That would have been 30 handles there, up to the draw on liquidity I mentioned. So those are the type of plays that I really like to see. But you won't see them on a 1-minute chart. You will see many plays on the 1-minute chart. Like even this play right here might be okay. But keep in mind that we have shifted structure to the sell side. So any return to imbalance that is reasonable. Now keep in mind we're in a deep discount, so buys are likely favored for the most part, but in general, because we've now shifted to the sell side, we likely need to focus down on some of the on retracements into potentially bearish order blocks. You see here bearish order block being respected here, so we need to see this next buy side imbalance here paired with this bearish order block. We see an inversion fair value gap on the 1-minute time frame. We see price heading up that way. We would like to see within this group here, we would like to see us trade up to this optimal trade entry point. So there's 3 confluences there on the 1-minute chart. a 1 minute inversion fair value gap, 1 minute optimal trade entry, and a I think there's a 5 minute bearish order block up there. And you can treat these 4 candles as the same thing as of this bearish order block here. We would like to see if this turns into, let me see what the highs are here, 1562.50. Okay, so there's no short-term high that got created on the 1 minute, but we would like to see evidence and displacement lower if we are going to reject here. So we're in a premium, or we're looking for a premium. There's also a sell side. There's a fourth confluence here, is that there's a SIBI right here, right? So if it completely just blows this up and heads higher, well, you know that sell side is no longer being engaged until a key retracement to a premium will be looked for. Okay, let's see. Dollar has started to drop as well. But do I see dollar dropping very heavily? Difficult to say. Wow. The charts on Dow and E-mini look so different. So Dow has a higher high. E-mini has a lower high. What's NASDAQ on the hourly look like? So E-mini. Okay, so E-mini and NASDAQ both had lower highs today, whereas Dow had a higher high. So this leads me to believe that potentially, and it's weird to see because Dow has just been ripping, but if Dow were to start to make its way down, NASDAQ and E-mini would be the ones that I would look to head down faster than the others. They're weaker than Dow. So okay, so team, I think that's it for me. I'm gonna need to head off to get prepared to capture a few things. Mind the potential weekly imbalance there. If we get there, fantastic. I know some of you were there during Sunday's preparations, and we were looking for that weekly buy-side imbalance to be engaged. And we got our catalyst to do so on Wednesday. So we're starting to see more institutions sell, get out of their longs, hedge, and I think stock portfolios, unfortunately, will also reflect that. Poor stock and portfolio, poor stock portfolios, but those are in for the long game. Delphine, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate having you here, Delphine. It's gotta be so, it's gotta be evening now for you, right? So, over in France. So, yeah. I'm going to keep the recording on. I'm going to remove Chart Trader though. Well, I guess it's fine to keep on. It's not really hurting anything. Let me make sure that these are all somewhere that we can see. So mind this fair value gap if we get below the new week opening gap today. Okay. That's where I think we'll aim for. And then we will see if we head down to this weekly premium BCI high. Noting that there is a gigantuan buy-side imbalance down here to trade to. Okay, so I'll keep this open here because I want you to know that on the hourly there is this. I know it's hard to see, so let me see if I can somehow. It's going to be really difficult to get all of that there. So I don't know. I'll leave it like that for the time being, and then you can always open up an hourly chart on TradingView if it's free. You'll get a better sense of like what's closer there. I'll leave these up here as well. 15,790. This is an hourly BISI high. That's old. Unnecessary. These are old as well. So if you want to be a keen student, go back and look at the 11-13 week. Go back and look at that week's real-time hour charts, and you'll see some liquidity voids down there. Oh, it's 5 p.m. over there. Fantastic. Cool. All right. I got to get going. I might be back if I'm back in time. I might be back for the PM session. Anatoly, you have to go. Good seeing you, brother. Appreciate having you here as always. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. So we came to this sell side imbalance on the 15 or on the 5-minute, and we rejected from there. So there's a good chance we're gonna head lower, down to that hourly fair value gap here. Okay, trade safe, everyone. Remember, we are in a deep discount. If you are going to take a short, wait for a bearish order block at least. Wait for price to trade to that or a sell side imbalance before you engage. So, Russell, thank you. Great analysis today. Oh, appreciate it. I'm gonna need to be really. I'll try to be back for the PM session. We'll see what we get in the PM, but this is a pretty big move in the morning, so we could just chop and consolidate for the afternoon. So I'll try to be back around 3 o'clock maybe. Maybe I'll hit the last end of day macro, but I'll leave this on for now. So thank you very much. Made a mistake, got overloaded with contracts in more green than I was expecting. Johnny Leland, awesome. Yeah, good job, good job. I am going to 17, 16, 15. So with the 3 accounts that got blown because of the Apex trade copier issue, where one account was too low and then it ended up closing the one account and closing all the rest of my orders. That actually ended up putting a long buy on other orders, and some of those ended up just going long when there is a huge drop. So that actually caused 3 total performance accounts to blow. That's okay. I have 5 total evaluation accounts that are ready to pass. So fortunately, I'll still be able to get back up to 18 total accounts, but for the next few days, probably going to be trading 15 accounts instead. So, okay, so take care. I'll be back later, and trade safe. Talk to you soon. See ya. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if there's anyone still here, but just made it back. And let's see what's going on today. Looks like I didn't miss too much consolidation around that old new week opening gap as expected. So I did not miss too much there. Let's see if I can get logged into one of my other computers. I need to get trade Apex trader funding. Well, oh, Mohammed, you're here. Hey, welcome back, buddy. Thank you very much. I need to go get the updated where is this? Tools. Question is what is my password? I need to go update my other computer that I trade on. I have a different account that I do not trade live. I have to go update all that stuff real quick. But yeah, looks like I didn't miss much. Let's see how this 2:30, 2 to 3 o'clock moves. I really don't see much that I enjoy right now that I would feel comfortable taking right now. Maybe if we take buy side once more and then head lower, that could be an option. We certainly bounced very much so off of that premium SIBI inversion fair value gap, SIBI low. Sign in. I'm gonna see if I can get rid of this section. Okay, let's find Apex. Okay, there we go. Need to download new trade copier. Here for the file, copy link. Download this. Ninja Trader Toolkit, Ninja 8, install, update the new toolkit. Got it. There we go. Window, exit desktop. All right. Bentahar, do you think it will go lower? So right now, this weekly sell side imbalance has been my draw for since Sunday, right? Let's take a closer look at where price is right this moment. So I'm going to take a look at a few things. So right now we have come down through each of these. Let me take a look at what E-mini is doing as well. Rhythmic successfully updated to the latest version. Fantastic. In shorts, yes, I do think that we are headed lower, but maybe not today and tomorrow. Maybe this week we don't hit that weekly. I mean, we got pretty close. You have to admit that weekly 15,837 mark. I was talking about that on Sunday. Looks like I need to update my Ninja Trader as well. Download the latest Ninja Trader. Okay, I will have to do that later. But for now, we are not going to worry about that. Take care of a couple things over here first. Let's see, 5 minute, 1 minute. Auto rollover, yes. 5 minutes. DOM, I don't need. Workspace, let's save. Okay, sorry, I had to set something up real quick. So right now we are consolidating within this area, so I would anticipate that if we are treating this like a movement lower, there's a good chance that now that we've made a lower low, and let me pull up the daily real quick. So on the daily, we have seen displacement below a short-term low. That to me signifies that we have now displacement, and we have a market structure shift. Going into the month of December, this is going to be quite interesting because the month of December traditionally is a bullish month. So let's see how long this lasts, because we have a day left in the week, so we could certainly still see some pretty interesting things. But I think, could we go up, retrace up higher first? Absolutely. We would need to see pretty big displacement from where we're at right now for me to consider taking a long. I haven't seen displacement yet. You can kind of see that we've been in this consolidation range for the past couple hours, I would say. And I need to fix a couple of things here. We see a pretty stark divergence on the Dow versus NASDAQ and E-mini. I find that to be really quite interesting. I'm looking at the E-mini chart on a separate screen. What is this? Daily. Let's close this daily, actually. No. Switch these. It looks like contracts also rolled over to January. Now I have to rechart everything. So I'm gonna clear all my drawing tools. Yeah, every time the instruments change over, it's time to redraw a lot of things. Nothing here. I will wait to see what happens at 250 to 310 and see if we get a macro to close out the day or if we just consolidate the rest of the day here. The next major draw on liquidity for me is that weekly sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. And the weekly has, of course, turned into, so we had 4 weekly candles that have been bullish, and now we have our first down close candle potentially. We need to see what happens here at this new week opening gap. I'm gonna meanwhile take a look at oil on a different, and take a look at this. Save workspace, save. Okay, that's a 60 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. 60 minutes. Okay. That is impossible to read. I'm actually looking at a couple of different charts over on my other screen here. Taking a look at oil as well as one of the other tools, other instruments that I trade. So E-mini, NASDAQ, and oil. So there's nothing to be traded on for E-mini and NASDAQ right this moment. So naturally we look into other areas. Oil. I can keep that there, just minimize it. Let me see how you're trading. Man, I have to do a lot of cleanup on my other laptop. Okay, so we see price continuing to head back up to this high. Let's see if it creates a relative equal high here, or if we see displacement above this 15-minute time frame. Remove some of these. I had some crazy ATM strategies. Totally unnecessary. Let's recreate my ATM strategies. Are we still on December? Yes, right now I am still on December's contracts. The moment where volume becomes higher on the next contracts is when we'll typically roll over. Bond tick. Let's see, what is 5 handles? Hmm. 12.5 handles times that is $2.25. Is that even possible to trade on? I don't think that's possible to trade. Okay, so we're at a previous high. A previous sell side liquidity, a relative equal low sell side liquidity, which is currently being offered and traded through on the hourly time frame. So, not quite true displacement, but we went to take buy side here. So I'm interested to see how price trades here. If we see displacement above here, we would look for fair value gaps to take briefly to the upside. How far up? Well, I would say this short-term high would be a nice target. This happens to also be a perfectly good sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, right? It's on the 1 minute. And both of those line up together. There's a short-term high combined with a optimal trade entry, combined with a sell side imbalance, combined with the previous week's new week opening gap. So if we get to trading around, let's say, if we get to trading from there, 15,950, there's probably a high likelihood that we'll head up to there. Yep. Let's see, Mohammed. I'm looking at the daily buy side. Bissy, consequent encroachment. Let me take a look at the daily. $15,704. Okay, let's see. Daily is here. It goes to this level here. Uh, I'm looking at the daily right now, and you said you're looking at the daily BISI consequent encroachment. I am recognizing the 50% level being 15,716, not 15,704. So I have it as here, the consequent encroachment from this high, or this low to this high. There's internal range liquidity above the SIBI. Might see lower prices. Which SIBI are you talking about? Are you talking about the daily SIBI here? Not sure what you're pointing to, Mohammed, but let me know. Okay, so we've bounced off of that here. So now we can look for areas of liquidity to aim for. This first 15,912 was the first one. And then now we're heading back up to 15,938 shortly. Ah, I see. Yeah, that daily one I treated as an inversion fair value gap. If it was going to be treated as one. I mean, right now it traded to the bottom of that daily inversion fair value gap and is currently reaching the top of it and passing through it. So it is interesting that it touched the very bottom of that daily. This daily gap is what Mohammed's referring to. I had an inversion fair value gap come down. We expected price to bounce from there and head higher if it was going to be treated as an inversion fair value gap. I don't usually use fibs from where you did. I want the clean body of a candle using the highest wick and the lowest week to measure the fair value gap. Yeah, I use both. I use the wicks and I use the body to get a gauge of where things are. Oh. Stop loss. Perfect. Okay, just got my ATM strategies set up on the other screen. So interesting. Okay, so mind the short-term high that formed back over here. We need to see if price rejects there or if it holds. We see we're approaching that level there. So this could serve as a short-term high that we aim for. Of course, we have this, and I actually am going to remove this one here now, just because it gets a little bit, can get a little bit tight. Remove these as well. So now we have a clear picture of the lowest relative equal lows hit down here. We pass through this one, that's fine. We may pass through this one. But we want to look to see if we have evidence of price heading downwards at all. Let me find my trade copier. Can I save the settings? How do I save the settings? There we go. Let me see. Thursday, so nothing tomorrow but ISM manufacturing PMI at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then Powell opens his mouth at 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock. So I can't imagine I'm going to be trading much tomorrow. Okay, man, I am a little bit tired. Whew. I need to drink some water or something. Getting super tired here. Sorry, I had to take care of something there. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. Again, this is like pretty... It looks like the silver bullet here was down on the lower time frames here. Even that would have been a little bit difficult. That would have been a stretch here. 5 minute might have been the right one. I'll need that return down there to the consequent encroachment. I suppose that would have been the correct one. Aiming for these short-term highs here. Let's see. There's only a tiny bit of, I'm going to remove this for the time being. There's only a small little sell side imbalance section left up in this area here. I imagine we take that stop out before we head lower. You saw the TradingView link or YouTube deleted it? Which TradingView link? Not sure what you're referring to there, Mohammed. Oh my goodness. I forgot how fast oil is. So interesting. I might need to go back to trading oil. I love that commodity. TradingView link about the BISI, but YouTube automatically deletes links about the buy side imbalance. Still not sure. I don't remember putting a link for TradingView. I usually don't use TradingView. I'm typically trading on NinjaTrader 8. I do own TradingView. I do have TradingView. But I only use it for personal charting only. Otherwise, they would charge me professional rates. Sorry, give me a second here, guys. Interesting. Oil, very, very interesting. I might go back to trading oil on my main account. Very, very fun. Now I tried to share it to show you what I meant, but YouTube doesn't allow me to share it. Oh, I see. That's okay. I get the level that you're looking at. I think I see what you're talking about. The 15704 level. Either way, I get what the concept that you're talking about, though. Okay, so we hit the premium inversion fair value gap high right there. So we're heading down to this 5-minute buy side imbalance here. So let's mark that. Good. And we see a short-term high. We see a short-term high. We see movement above there. Short-term high, movement above there as well. We can refine this further by treating this as a 1-minute fair value gap, right? So we can see how potentially price could head down to this side and head back up. Now, we might see institutional order flow entry here. If we see that, we barely touched into there. So I want to take my, which account is this? $35, $34. I almost would like to see us take this all the way up to taking out that short-term high there, because that looks like an institutional order flow entry but drill to me. Oh, just kidding. Looks like it wants to go a little bit lower. So we want to see if it will respect this high here. We want to see if that turns into a mitigation block. Or if we treat this as a failure to achieve higher highs there, and now we've seen a lower time frame market structure shift back to the downside. I'm really watching this patiently to see if we treat this as a mitigation block back to the upside after taking out any of this area. If we don't, then we might be heading down to the lower end. Grass is greener on the other side until you get over there. What do you mean, Kirk? Okay, so we've headed down into this buy side imbalance. And we've broken through that mitigation block as well. So we need to see if price holds here and returns back, or if we continue down. Let's see, what time is it? It's 3:06. I think that we possibly could head back down. It's very possible, but price hasn't even gotten back to a premium yet. So, I mean, it's kind of tough. I need to see how much it consolidates here. Okay, so we've broken down below there. NQ versus CLF or whatever oil is. Yeah, oil is CL, right? You got it. Okay, so it reached a previous bullish order block on some of the medium time frames. So let's see if it respects that or if we started the market maker sell model to take us back down here, because we do see consolidation, breakdown, consolidation. So if anything, I think we might continue to head south. And potentially aim for these relative equal lows or the lows down here. These are also relative equal lows. Very curious to see which way it goes though. Okay, so we need to see how it reacts off of this. Okay, so we're breaking back down through a new week opening gap. We must see how and how far we end up going here. And we'll see if we head back down to the consequent encroachment of this new week opening gap, then we'll continue heading lower. But it looks like we bounced off of that. And have a little bit of movement. So let's see how this consolidation range occurs. Okay, so we bounced off of that. Well, we want to see. Where else we can go here? Okay, so we went and respected the midpoint of that inversion fair value gap on the 1 minute. So that's good. This 1 minute buy side imbalance is what I'm referring to here. If we take a look at the midpoint of that, we respected that. Here to about here. And you can kind of see how we respected the midpoint of that. So I'm curious if we end up going back down to attack and finish off some of those lows down there. 15,796 next. Yeah, maybe. That's a really, really far drop. I mean, this week we've already gone down quite a bit now. And maybe we'll see how Friday goes, but we'll have to see. So far this is holding okay. Still holding all right. This could bounce up. It could reject horribly and head down, given the nature of what we see here today. It does look like it's trying to get some of the longs out with those spike downs. It's kind of like treating that as like, hey, you know, I'm ready to go back long again is kind of what it's teasing. But I think as we continue to break down, as we get closer to the end of the day, I imagine we go back down, maybe take out this short-term low down here is what I'm looking for, which would be 15,856 short-term low. But it is at a pretty key level here, so I mean, it could just as well spike back up as well. Seems to be holding all right. But for sure, longs are being sold into is what I keep seeing today. Every single time we see longs, we see them getting sold into, and I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time before we see some pretty major drops. Took out sell side again there. And we should see us head down towards that consequent encroachment again now. And maybe the low of the new week opening gap, but for sure the consequent encroachment. The reason why I say that is because there's a short-term low at that consequent encroachment of the old new week opening gap. And given the time of day, I anticipate that, I mean, if it's going to skyrocket here, then so be it. Let it do its thing. But I mean, it's just every single buy has been sold into today. And notwithstanding the buys that we saw currently, right? We saw buy side get taken. We saw failure to meet this buy side. So price, what does that tell us? Tells me that price is in a hurry to get back down. And that's where we want to go next for today. So take out some late shorts, went to a lower time frame area of liquidity, took that, and is again at the new week opening gap high again. Let me see if I can point this liquidity out. So it went up to take a area of liquidity here called the sell side imbalance. So you can't see that very well on the 1 minute chart, but I can see that on a lower time frame. It does look like it could potentially squeeze up now. I mean, it does seem to be holding that new week opening gap high quite nicely. But if I am correct, I mean, each one of these sell-offs is telling that we're gonna likely head lower. I mean, I would be surprised if we headed higher at this point in time of the day. It is holding here though, so you never know. We have a little bit of a push from the new week opening gap high. And is there anything else there? So there's a bullish order block that we respected there. New week opening gap high, market structure shift, which we kind of respected. So it went to go take out some buy stops there. And now I think is going to start its trek down. To that consequent encroachment of the old new week opening gap. So once it hits a quarter of the way there, there's a high likelihood it will continue. And then once it heads down through these two here, there's a 15-minute fair value gap still waiting. So there we go. As I mentioned, we take that out, and now begins the macro that can either take us all the way back down to the new week opening gap and the 15-minute internal range liquidity, which remains here. So we're within this area right this moment. This is outstanding liquidity remaining. We were already breaking into this a little bit. So we could see a little bit of a retracement here, as price has reacted from here before. And we want to see price not get much higher than this. What we want to see is we want to see deep movement downwards now to aim for these daily short-term lows down here. We want to see this buy side imbalance not even respect at all. So right now we're seeing a little bit of respect there, but we want to see big black candles incoming. At least to the low of the new week opening gap. We want to see this cleared so that we can pave the way for us to continue down and take out these relative equal lows, ultimately aiming for what none other than 15,837. Okay. So we're seeing price struggle right around that midway point there. I don't say, why do you say watching this makes you stressful? You know, we know we know our bias. We know what we're looking for. I think that either if you're live, Bentahar, are you live trading? Oh, just because it's slow. I see what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. That's okay. That's why you have me here. I can talk to you smoothly. Try to calm you down. So remember, I mentioned big black candles is what we wanted to see there, right? At least down to the new week opening gap low. So there you go. And now the last finale, we want to say big black candles taken all the way down here to the low of 15,855.75. If we can see the low of the new week opening gap supported here. So the key is we want to see this low kind of like instant We want to see a more instant rejection from here, if at all possible. Kind of treat this as a inversion fair value gap now, if that makes sense. We did go down to a slower buy-side imbalance, and so it might have just been going down there to take out some of that liquidity. Might have been it. Yeah. Could have been it. But that was a good trade. Ended up taking another $130 out of the market there. The market is so slow, it makes you doubt your take profits. Look at it. No consecutive displacements. That makes you relieved. I actually had, I talked us through this whole route down, right? That we were potentially consolidating here, heading downwards. I talked us through this port here. I agree it's difficult because you're not able to see what I see. But I did also talk us through this segment here. How we wanted to see price come up, treat this as an inversion fair value gap, head down. How we would aim for quick black candles to aim for the low of the new week opening gap. And that was a good price target to take profit. I took that trade. I took that trade from about, where would it have been? I think I started selling short just before we started taking this inversion fair value gap. But yes, this is very, very hard. This is harder price action primarily. It is the afternoon after all. And with the afternoon comes a little bit more difficult price action. But seeing this high fail, that reminded me of this morning. If you recall, remember we were hoping in the morning that we would get up to this 16,100, but that failed as well. So price, I kind of like treated that in a similar fashion, that we were looking for that same type of behavior to occur. So overall, despite the 3 blown performance accounts from the weird Apex copy trader stuff, like giving me phantom orders in the opposite direction when it's going short, despite that loss in the morning, I was still able to come out with a net, $760 some today. So I treat that as a good thing, as a bonus. I would have preferred not having Apex trade copy there screw my stuff up, but I understand there's sometimes bugs when there's high volatility. So I'll have to look to see if there's anything that can be done there, because those phantom orders kind of screwed me there. Uh-oh. What the heck? Looks like I was disconnecting again. Don't do this to me, OBS. Hopefully I'm still connected. Okay. So now we see price came down to a 5-minute buy-side imbalance and has started to trickle up again. Watch closely what happens at the top of this new week opening gap. If we end up going for these short-term highs up here, I'm wondering if we end up going for this buy-side liquidity here. I'm not of the of the I'm not in the camp that we are going higher, but I'd rather like to see us take this sell side imbalance and then kind of like do an immediate rebalance below it. That's what I'd love to see. From here to here. Right there. So we see that this is a buy side here, sell side here. So we'd like to see what price just barely blip up into here, maybe go back to that inversion fair value gap, and then head back down is what I would like to see. The time is 3:33. Okay, so we saw rejection from that sell side imbalance institutional order flow entry. Let me see if there's another account that I can go on. It doesn't look like it's gonna go down today. I don't know. We'll see if there's in the last 20 minutes or so, if there's a macro which runs. We'll see if it takes us down below that daily inversion fair value gap low. If not, we'll likely hit that weekly target, that premium BISI high. We'll probably hit that tomorrow, if anything. Okay. $34. 50, 201, 49. Okay, I see. Too many probabilities with lower volatility. Yeah, I mean, so Bentahar, if you look at your past 5 comments, I want you I want you to take a good close look at your past 5 comments and think, okay, if you think in that manner all the time, how is that going to impact how you think about a trade if you're not constantly instead reframing your mindset to think, hey, this is a phenomenal price range. I can see all sorts of PD arrays being hit here on a lower time frame. I can see that short-term highs are being taken. My bias is short for the day, so whenever I see multiple short-term highs being taken, that I can see how price came down and gave me an entry here, gave me an exit at this short-term low, and with all with Johnny mentioning key levels for me to look for. This is great. This is what I've been looking for. I'm so glad that I can see price action work in this manner. Like, think about if you were to reframe all those comments in a way that changes your brain so that anytime you see, even if it's a bad market, like maybe it is a bad market, but with trading, you kind of have to reframe your brain to get all of those less than positive thoughts out, so that instead of blaming a market which is going from liquidity to liquidity as it should be, instead of blaming it on being in a bad market, maybe reframe that and say, hey, you know what? I'm so glad I can sit here. I'm able to see price action go from level to level, from level to liquidity level to liquidity level to imbalance, right? To these imbalances. So let me remove this one here. So definitely want to reframe how you think about things. It's going to help you greatly. So we have so far taken out internal range liquidity at this buy side imbalance. So there's this internal range liquidity and this internal range liquidity up here too, within this trading range here. So we've taken this one out. So now we either go to any short-term highs, which is this here. It's not really a short-term high even. So we would go to what's next? This sell side imbalance, right? We have the 15-minute one here, but we can also kind of adjust this to be the 5-minute one there. That's an internal range liquidity. We need to leave room for price to either trade up to, given this small market structure shift, micro market structure shift. We need to leave room for price to come up to this sell side imbalance, maybe this one. And if it breaks through both of those, it's going to run for this short-term high up here, given that we have not created a lower low yet. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. Johnny, mindset guru. No, I try and stay away from any type of gurus. It's just something that like trading is highly mental. If you can train your brain to be really, really resilient, then you can handle any drawdown and look for the next trade, really, right? Bentahar, my comments reflect my character and inability to predict 100% price movement, which is impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, you can't. You're going to encounter losses, but that's what your stop loss is for. It's a risk to reward ratio. And assuming you net at least 2 to 1, so let's say you risk $10, as long as you get $20 in the second trade, you're going to make enough over the long enough period of time, you'll be able to make enough. If you go for 3 to 1, that's even better, right? So yeah, there's no way we'll be able to predict price 100% of the time, unfortunately. All right, so we're reaching up into that 5-minute. We're reaching up into this as an internal range of liquidity. So we went from internal range, and we'll see if the end of the day, if it wants to reach up to take out this short-term high, or reach up towards this relative equal highs in terms of candle close, or if we get a macro in maybe 5 or 10 minutes where we completely drop the gun here and go from internal range liquidity to internal range liquidity to external range liquidity here. So we need to see which side. It is difficult with this mini market structure shift. I am more inclined to see it run out this stops here, but there is this civvy up here it needs to get through first. Okay. What is oil doing? What are you doing, oil? Oh, we dropped again. What a goofy charts there. Ooh, maybe I'll trade oil on my main account tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oil is always so tempting. It's a phenomenal commodity. I love it. But just like any commodity, you need to find the one that works for you outside of NASDAQ, E-mini, and Dow. I think Hydra, I saw him, he trades Dow predominantly, and he's made that pretty much his bitch. So, pardon my language. He's really focused down on Dow. Okay, so we're at the high end of this first sell side imbalance. Well, looks like we're going to be trading through it. So next is this one up here. Remember, we were wondering if towards the end of the day, would it try to take this buy side out first? I am curious if it will do that. Where might it go afterwards? We see further sell side on the 15-minute up here. We see on the hourly, we have a little bit of room as well over here. And these are all discount sell side imbalances, so I don't really trust them as much. So you see how price just plummeted through both of those? These are pretty much invalid at that point. So we can remove these two. Let's keep the charts clear. So we bounced off of this new week opening gap key level, and now it looks like we are close to trying to take out this short-term high here. And again, go to E-minis. So ES trending up as well. NASDAQ trending slightly up. We took out that rejection block there. Dow very much up. However, we still see a higher time frame SMT divergence where Dow is making higher highs when NASDAQ and S&P are making lower highs. So I'm not sure exactly what to think about that yet. But that does concern me for prolonged movement to the upside. ES has moved quite a bit though. 66 down from 46. That's a solid 20 points in the afternoon session. So it looks like we took out some short-term highs there. And we have a lingering short-term high waiting to be taken out right here. I imagine that price will end up broaching that before the end of the trading session today. So we'll look for this high of 15,930.75. Look for that to be broken before we end the day. Should see another quick little spike up above there. That should take all the shorts buy stops out. Now, since we have taken out a rejection block already, it doesn't need to take out this short-term high. But note that we went from internal range liquidity over to external range liquidity here. So give it a moment. Once it hits that, we'd like to see this SIBI act as a inversion fair value gap possible. And so a quick retracement here would make sense, make people think that they're going short again, and then have them rip it above that short-term high to make, well, now relative equal highs, right? And so let's see a rip up now. Remember, this high is 15,930.75. Okay, so that should have scared some of the longs out there. If we start to see major displacement to the downside, then that's potentially a macro that will run us all the way back down. Like, if it's going to do that right now, I would be slightly surprised, but not too surprising either. Okay, so we're starting to see a macro to run down. We want to see if this sell side imbalance gets treated. Okay, there you go. So what was I saying? We wanted to see this sell side imbalance get treated as an inversion fair value gap. And what happens? We knew that there was relative equal high liquidity there. So 15,930 was ready to be taken. And we saw that it came down sharply, got some people to think it was going short, and then just completely obliterated them and took out our price target up to the upside here. So that was the last trade. I didn't take any trades throughout that, but that is the last set of trades that I would expect for today. And then whatever happens from here until 4 o'clock, I don't really care about. We've traded up to a discount sell side imbalance. There's a premium sell side imbalance up here that we have not traded to yet. And so we'll have to see if this range allows us to trade to it yet. So above this 50% mark, the only areas of interest here, and let me put this across all charts because that is going to be important. The only areas of interest I see are this fair value gap on the hourly, followed by, combined with this minute, or this short-term high on the 15-minute. And of course, same thing on the 5-minute. There's nothing different. So those are key areas that I would expect price to go back up to. And maybe this bearish breaker once more, or this mitigation block up here. I would expect for us to see some sort of price fluctuation when we get to those key points in time, especially since this is close by to this new week opening gap, right? So as you can see, there's a massive macro which has just come under play, and it is heading straight for that premium imbalance up here. This one here. So poor thing for anyone who is short, super late into that run. They definitely just got squeezed out and are wondering what they're going to do with their lives. All right. So with this run, we can expect this to now potentially run to, it could run to any one of these sell side liquidities and treat those as mitigation blocks, or it can run to this internal range liquidity, which is in a premium here. It is on the 1 minute. Yeah, that's on the 1 minute. So whoever held runners and took profit right at that 15,930, you're doing pretty nicely here. That's roughly, let's see, 15,910 to 15,9, almost 970 here. So that's almost 60 handles worth of movement within 5 minutes, perhaps. Those are some of the moves that unfortunately you need to be positioned in before they happen. So that market structure shift and that take on sell side on that discount buy side imbalance would have been a great risk-free entry. That's okay. You were long early, didn't want to be greedy and closed early. Hey, at least you took profit. Most people would, I know some people that wouldn't have taken profit ever, even if it went all the way back down. Okay. Everything is ripping now. Dow is ripping. E-mini is ripping. NASDAQ is ripping. E-mini is at close to a point. If it goes a little bit higher, we could see a higher high. NASDAQ not being quite nearly as strong, a lower high. And the Dow seeing a higher high as well. So E-mini was, I mean, that's like a solid 30 handle move on E-mini, which is ridiculous. That's a big move in the afternoon. Okay, let's see. That's the kind of movement I love to see. Absolutely. We love that kind of movement. Just wait for the last 5 minutes of the day. There's probably going to be a spike up to that last bearish buy side or sell side inefficiency, or sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. There's some pretty crazy things that can happen during the last parts of the day where it's in a hurry to get somewhere. The only thing that I can see is that short-term high that I just outlined here with this sell side imbalance up here too. Does it have to get up there? Absolutely not. Can it? Absolutely. But if you are trying to get it more now, you are probably chasing. But in these kind of buy programs, you probably will be okay as well until it hits an area of key liquidity. And it's breaching that right now. There's a rejection block up here on the 5 minute that you can't see clearly, but I see it. here. So we need to see how price reacts at that rejection block, or if it just continues to spike up. That's very, very possible. It could just spike all the way up to aim for that sell side imbalance. But okay, so it's hit the rejection block and is powering through. From the low of that lower new week opening gap to here, this would have been 110 points on NASDAQ. It would have been so difficult and counterintuitive to take. But that is also why we see this type of like discount movement on these days where we see massive, massive drops. Price has no choice but to try to return to fair value. And where does fair value exist? Well, it's that premium PD array. So E-mini just created a higher high. Same with Dow. NASDAQ has not created a higher high yet on the day. And about 30 seconds left in the day. We'll see if price, maybe price continues and really rallies for that last little bit there. Or maybe it just sticks around here. 15 seconds. 10. 5 seconds. And it is 4 o'clock. All right, so you'll have your market on close orders occur there. And I think that's it for today. For those who are on the stream right now, let me see. Is there anyone on the stream that's got any questions? Any burning desires, any questions that you've been wondering about from today's price action? I hope this was helpful. I hope that me pointing out really, really key levels like that old new week opening gap, I hope that was helpful. It's so interesting how price moves. Bentahar, good night, Johnny. Kirktown, super helpful, awesome, thank you. Bentahar, thank you for the advice. Yeah, anytime. It's more so less advice, more so observations, I would say, because like at the end of the day, Bentahar, like who am I to tell you how to think, to tell you how you want to go about your day and go about your trading day, I'm not the one that I don't have the qualifications for that, like if somebody else is trying to tell me what to do, like, F them, but there are clues. So success leaves clues, right? And a positive mentality is 100% one of the most absolute necessary things in the world. And you can't do this without a positive mentality. There's no way. You will never make it work if that's the case. But you will make it work if you maintain and try to maintain a positive mentality, positive mindset. Anytime you think a negative thought, instantly reframe it as to like being grateful for a learning opportunity. Kirktown, you are an ICT genius. I am not. There's actually a lot of lessons that I want to take a look back in relating to the interest rates lessons in the core content. So I'm going to be studying those in over this weekend. And given that it is month end, I'm going to take a look. I think it merits looking at the monthly charts before the day starts tomorrow and seeing where we ended on the monthly chart, how things have changed, what things might shift next. Is there any indication of us shifting? So there's a lot of things to do on later tonight's tonight. Oh, well, it's actually probably tomorrow's market prep. So lots of stuff to be done still. Okay. Any other questions before I go? Thank you very much for being on today. I know I was out during the middle of the day when it was chopping up, just consolidating there. But it looks like we still have about 13 people watching somehow. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate having you here, and I'm thankful I can serve you and use what I've learned to help people and help maybe record price action. So somebody else who's curious how a day where unemployment claims comes out, we can kind of see how price traded. We can come back to this video, look at how price is traded, and see all the goofy things that happened today. So, okay, well, I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat, so I don't see a huge amount of benefit from staying here and recording up until 5 o'clock p.m. But I will be journaling into my electronic journal on my own Discord journal. I will be journaling into that today to identify some of the things that I noticed today. And yeah, it's good to end the day a little shy of $800, but I would have liked to keep that target, but it is what it is, considering today's fiasco in the morning. Earlier on in my career, I would have gotten tilted by that whole trade copier messing with my trades thing earlier, but for the time being, we are still gravy. So I need to take a couple snapshots before we go. Excellent. All right. And that is it. Li Lu, good night. When will you begin trading? Tomorrow morning. I will probably, let me see what's going on tomorrow. Let's take a look at that. So tomorrow we have Barr speaking at 3 a.m. ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. Fed speaking. Ugh, this is gross. Fed speaking at 11 a.m. and 2 o'clock p.m. This I'm not liking Friday p.m. session, but so I'll probably come try to get in around 7 in the morning. I'll try to set my alarm earlier so that I can get up and running by or before 7 a.m. The reason being is you can kind of see how there are certain movements. If you begin at 7 a.m., there's certain movements that you can potentially catch. For instance, here, at 7 a.m., we took sell side. It was still within consolidation, so we weren't really sure where things could go. We took sell side at 7 a.m., and then we targeted buy side there. So on a lower time frame chart, we go back to 7 a.m. On a lower time frame chart, I can look at that same time on the 1 minute chart, and I can see, hey, at 7 a.m., I've got displacement here. I've taken out a short-term low. I have displacement. Let me buy an order right at this low here of 16,054 and target. Where's the most recent short-term high? Well, we have this one here, even this one and this one, right? There's plenty of highs to target, and they hit all of them at all before the morning bell occurred. So all of these, I would like to see some movement at 7 a.m. because that's a time when we might have some movement. Now, there might be some days where we don't, but that's, well, what I'll aim for is 6:45 or 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So, Bentahar, what will happen on the Fed speaking? So, if you haven't traded through Fed Chair Powell speaking, you need to not trade during that point and watch how manipulated price is at 11 o'clock during his speech and at 2 o'clock during his speech. Manual intervention is one thing, but algorithms picking up on what Chairman Powell is saying and doing something with it is another. Just watch how that happens. I would say observe in the afternoon. Trade at your own risk. There will be very low probability trades in the afternoon, in my opinion. Or rather, low chance of high probability is maybe better, more accurate to say. So, just be careful in the afternoon tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, I think I will take my leave here. I need to go eat some more stuff. And yeah, I'm going to close down for today. So thank you all for the 10 remaining people here. Thank you all very much for joining today. It was my pleasure to get to call price action here and read the tape live. So we will do this again, and we'll prep at 9:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Probably a little bit too late for some folks in Europe and in that area, but I'll try to review a little bit in the morning as well before. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much for joining, and we will 25 likes. I know, that's so awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate the likes. This is really incredible to see. So we'll catch up soon. Get some rest. Go eat some food. Get hydrated. Drink some water. And we'll catch up at 9:30 for those that are able to join. Otherwise, early in the morning tomorrow. Take care.